Okay.
Oh, good evening. Thanks everybody for coming through this marvelous weather we're having again. And we're here with the school department tonight. We have Chairman of the school committee, Leroy Walker here, and we have the superintendent of the schools, Mary Gormley, and Assistant Superintendent Janet Sheehan, and Assistant Superintendent for Business. Is that correct? Thank you. Glenn Pavlicek. So, if I could remind everybody to turn off their cell phones, so that unless you want to share your conversation with the greater public. Anyway, so we'd like to get going. We sent out a list of questions that we had collected. So we'll get to those in a bit. I guess if we don't have everybody here tonight, so if you don't like the question, it was from one of them. If you like the question, it was mine. So, but at any rate, this year is a little different from other years. Other years we've had, we've looked at all aspects of your budget, and invariably there's been we've made a suggestion as to what we might be able to afford, and you've responded with a list of what cuts you might have to make in order to get to that target. And then sometimes we've been able to do a little bit better, and that's always been gratifying. But a lot of that is based on the uncertainty of state revenues, and uncertainty of maybe other budgets and other demands. And a lot of that uncertainty is gone this year, primarily for two reasons. Number one, we are embarking on a 2-year plan to finance the town's needs, and the second year will involve an override of some good size. And this year we are relying on a certain amount of free cash to get through it. And because of that reliance, we gave the school a cut list target, and it's not certain that we can improve upon it, even if other things change, because on the one hand, snow costs about $8,000 an inch, and we've been racking up a lot of that. So there are some added pressures coming along that are a little extraordinary, and it may cramp our ability it may cramp our flexibility. At any rate, I think, none of us like to look at cuts. None of us, I think most of us around this, well, I can't say that. A majority of those of us around the table were interested in an override process this year. But we will hope to make the best of it next year. And, there was certainly some thought that while we were having a small override this year for financing the firefighter who was injured, financing his medical needs, that we couldn't maybe have 2 overrides in a single year. Now I think that the voting population of Milton could probably walk and chew gum at the same time, handle both. But this will make it a lot cleaner next year. It'll be an operational override, which we will certainly need, because the EPA has decided to throw some unfunded mandates at us. So we would certainly have needed an override for that next year anyway, and that's going to be $830,000 for stormwater management. So we find ourselves in a slightly different situation this year, where we might not have any flexibility on the cut list. I would hope that maybe we can, if state revenues are a good surprise, or we get more money from FEMA than we think for snow removal, things like that. But at any rate, what we do need to do is look at the effects of this particular plan this year on the school, and so we'll get to that. I mean, I think the Warrant Committee has two jobs, basically. When we have to balance the budget, we're charged with that, and we can do that. How we balance it is you know, is always the challenge. And I think our other job really is to try and ensure as strong and as consistent a level of services, educational and otherwise, to the town. And I think that the plan we've embarked on, using some free cash this year and having an override, operational override next year, is probably our best bet for delivering a strong level and consistent level of services to the town. So anyway, that's the way I see it. And I don't know if we want to take any questions on that or any observations, but I think I'd like to move right along on the cut list. But certainly if the schools want to, if anybody has anything to say at this juncture, please.
Well, I think that the most important thing that needs to be said is to commend the Warrant Committee, Ted and Paul in particular, for the leadership that you've provided, the vision that you've provided. We have what I believe is an unprecedented level of cooperation this year. For the first time since I can remember, the Warrant Committee, the Selectmen, and the School Committee have said, here are our plans for the next 2 years. I think that's a very good thing. We could argue about what should have happened this year, last year, next year, but I think the point is that we have a plan. We're going to be able to educate people on that plan, and I'm confident that the voters will support it, because as you correctly point out, our responsibility, yours and ours, is to provide the high quality level of service that our residents have become accustomed to. And I think we have a plan to do that. You didn't mention that we're assuming that the cut list is going to be $500,000. You didn't mention that the alternative was a $1 million cut list. So the plan that we've adopted cut that in half. I think that's worth mentioning. So we're happy to go into the detail. And by the way, as a former member of the Warrant Committee and a former chair of the school subcommittee on the Warrant Committee, I would compliment the school subcommittee on the quality of the questions. It's clear that you've done your due diligence. It's clear that you waded through this rather extensive binder that we gave you. So we're ready to answer whatever questions you have. But thanks for doing your job in a way that is often unnoticed.
Wow. Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. So the cut list, I can put it up. And oh, good. I got rid of the fire department. Well, I mean, I took them off the computer. So,
we figured that's what you meant.
So, okay. So, I don't know, do you want to walk us through it? I mean, a lot of it is pretty straightforward.
In your questions, you did ask for some backup on some of them, so I have.
Some of them.
I have
Are-
that for you as well, so we can go.
So why don't we
can start with
handle-
those, or you want to, however you want to deal with it. Why don't we pass these around?
Yeah, why don't we?
What I've done here is, your questions came in red and black, my answers are in here in green. So it's all your stuff and my stuff all
One of those.
intermingled.
Oh. So, Julia, hi, Mary.
Hi.
Thanks for coming.
Oh,
So our questions on the cut list, why don't we get to them just after we spin through it,
Okay.
okay?
So, on the first page in the red, you were asked us for basically our updates on the information we gave last year on sort of the historical effect of cuts. Obviously, the cuts from fiscal 11, 12, 13 are what they were. I mean, that hasn't changed.
Just a point of order, Ted, since we have people watching at home, should we run through what the cuts are, so that people have some understanding of what we're talking about, or?
Right. We could do that. We had also asked Glenn if there had been any update on the sort of the historical effects of previous year's cuts. And so he was, I think maybe we were jumping the gun in terms of our strict numerical process. So would you say have been any changes, really?
There are, on the second page of your questions, there are two changes in there. Last year, one of the reductions was to reduce art at the kindergarten level to every other week. We actually were unable to do that for this year. Part of the reason is we have a new kindergarten evaluation tool that we had to train our teachers on, and they needed more time outside of the classroom to do it. So we had to keep the art there on the every week basis to give the kindergarten teachers more time, among other things, to prepare for this new evaluation tool. As strange as it seems to be saying, an evaluation tool for kindergarten students, it is what it is. And so that was one cut that we needed to rearrange a little bit this year. The other piece, at the bottom of the page, last summer, the school committee deliberated on the effects of the cuts that we had particularly at the middle school to health and physical education, where it was possible for a student to actually go through 3 years of middle school without actually having a health course, by the way they chose their electives and so forth. And we decided that was not a good option. That's a particular period of their development where many of these things really need to be addressed. And so a decision was made over the summer to use some funds from, in fact, from staff exchange for the following year to put back a health teacher so that we could keep a health curriculum more solid in the middle school.
Excuse me, Glenn,
Yep.
did you do the same kind of methodology to restore funds for the TS, the kindergarten art?
Yeah,
Okay.
So,
yeah, the TS Gold is a mandated
Okay.
evaluation. I didn't say that directly, but I think I hinted at it, but
it is hard to plan a complex, I don't know, what is it, 48 million budget a year in advance.
Yeah.
So it's so it's gratifying that you find opportunities as you get closer to the start of the academic year to retain
we rearrange.
programs.
I mean, let's,
Sure.
we have more employees than the rest of the town put together. We're over 500 employees. And I can only tell you how many employees we have today, because it will probably change within 3 days, because you will have a need for a new aide or something, or you'll have someone go on maternity leave and have to be replaced, or you'll have this. I mean, we have personnel changes weekly, and it's a moving target. So when you say, your personnel budget is this, well, it likely is, or it's usually pretty close, but it's all a moving target, and we keep a constant track of who we have right now and where we are, because people move in and out constantly. We had to add kindergarten and first grade sections this fall because the enrollment was there. We hadn't planned for it. We had to add one additional section of each above what we had planned on having, just simply because the kids showed up. And you have little choice about that. If they come, you have to, you're a public school, you have to.
Right, and you're doing kindergarten registration
Now,
now.
yeah, yesterday, today, and unfortunately not last Tuesday because of the snow. It'll be the Tuesday after holidays.
But
Oh, we-
kids can register after that, too.
They
If they move into
They can
town.
register anytime they want, if
So
they
I
move into
think
town.
Glenn mentioned two points that might, to clarify for the public. One, in the world of special education, all through the year, children are identified, children move in all through the year, but children are identified through the year to be evaluated to see if they need an IEP, an individual educational plan. And sometimes their educational plan will require, to Glenn's reference, a paraprofessional. That's when we would have to add a paraprofessional. Or what happens often, a child will move in from another district, and their individual plan would have said in the prior district, they had a paraprofessional. Well, the IEPs in the special ed world are contracts, and you have to meet those contracts. And so when Glenn makes a reference, we might have to add aid or a paraprofessional, those would be the reasons during the school year. So that's, every 2 weeks, we sit down with the special ed department, and we monitor, the children are out of district. We monitor during the year, children who might be going outside, being placed, anyone new who's moved in. We monitor the sped transportation, and we monitor the number of IEPs internally and what kind of personnel changes they may have required every 2 weeks.
Plus, we also have, we're responsible for children at 2 years, 9 months if they have special needs. So we have, at the moment, 15 children who are under the age of 3 that we are doing evaluations on. And if they turn out to have special needs on their 3rd birthday, they are ours. That could be any day, and it generally is every day. We will get new kids into one of our preschool programs, the integrated preschool program. And, we are constantly, doing that. I mean, as parents become aware, with younger children, we see more and more, we see a growth in our preschool programs.
So those children might go 5 half-days, 3 half-days. So we run half-day programs. Janet Sheehan was in charge of it at the Collycott, and then a whole nother program in the afternoon. And a few short years ago, there was one class that was housed at the old high school, and now we have 4 preschool classrooms at the Collycott Cunningham that have morning and afternoon programs. Some children go 5 days a week, again, whatever their individual plan requires.
Excuse me, Mary, just could you define paraprofessional, please?
Janet, you want to
Sure.
describe?
Sure. So the paraprofessionals are paraeducators or instructional aides, as they may be called, or educational assistants. So they're called
Okay.
many different names, and they support the needs of students in the classrooms. So depending on student needs, we have paraprofessionals who may have to help children who have health issues. They may have to help a child with a disability who needs redirection, perhaps a child who presents with some behavior challenges. In our kindergarten programs, we do have paraprofessionals or instructional aides. They are there to just support the classroom, to assist the teacher in the day-to-day programs. And that is something that is certainly encouraged by the fact that we participate in the Kindergarten Quality Grant Program. So the state does fund some of our kindergarten programming. And one of the criteria that is not necessarily required but encouraged when you write the grant each year is that you have a student-teacher ratio, and that would include paraprofessionals that would support student needs. So there's a great need in the kindergarten classes also for the paraprofessionals.
So to Paul's point, those paraprofessionals are only there in the special ed classes. And then, when we started the full-day kindergarten, the commitment by the school committee, Mary Kelly was on that school committee, Byrne Lovely, was that when we implemented full-day kindergarten, it wouldn't cost the taxpayer anything. So the full-day kindergarten, between tuition and the grant, that picks up the cost, and we pay the insurance for those extra teachers. Now, when we started the full-day K, there were full-time instructional aides in each classroom, and one of the cuts that we've made over the year is to reduce those aides to .8. And so what we did was they either came in late or they left early. And you want to share what came out about the full-day kindergarten grant? Didn't they say,
Full-day
if you
kinder-
take the grant?
Oh, yeah, now, if you take the grant, you can, if you have aides, you can't reduce them without jeopardizing your grant. They're being very careful about you changing the way you do grants. Every year, you could reauthorize and say, well, what we're gonna do this year is this. But now they're directing that the level of service of the grants can't go down from year to year, or you won't get your funding.
But we have this .8 in each classroom as part of the grant. in
That's not to
tuition.
say they won't reduce it, because in the governor's 9C cuts, we just got a cut in our kindergarten grant. So we're gonna lose $33,000 this year.
This year.
This year, currently, fiscal
Right.
15.
So therefore 66 next year?
Who knows next year?
Right, okay.
That's
So-
just the 9C cut.
Just to the point about the, just for everyone to understand, the paraprofessionals, it's a large number.
Superintendent Gormley, what we didn't add was also there is a need for paraprofessionals at other grade levels. It's not just preschool and kindergarten. So again, depending on a student's IEP, individual educational program, there may be the need for an aide in a classroom,
So,
K through
but,
5, pre-K through 5.
so is the term paraprofessional and aide interchangeable?
Yes.
Okay. It's not like one has certification
It is-
distinguishing them from another?
It's actually its own contractual unit,
Right.
where the teachers are one contractual unit, the paraprofessionals are
No,
different.
it's I mean, I think paralegals were the first paras. And I don't think you can have para teachers because it doesn't flow off the tongue nicely.
So,
Right.
sorry to digress.
So that's, yeah, obviously your personnel situation has to be flexible for those reasons. At any rate, but I am glad you explained it, because I think a lot of people don't understand that you're responsible for kids that may have been diagnosed as, with needs from the age of 2.9 years. I certainly wasn't. I kept wondering why you needed a preschool coordinator or a halftime preschool coordinator, which I'm afraid you've put on your cut list. And I understand the need for that more greatly, understanding that you have a lot of these classes and they are populated with kids who have needs, and that will require more coordination.
And on the other end of the spectrum, we're responsible for children with special needs until either they graduate or turn 22. So we really own them from 2 years, 9 months to 22, potentially.
Or move.
Or move, yes. But, I
Okay.
mean, we have a wider range of students than the usual 5 to 18-year-olds you might expect from a public school district, because public schools are responsible for more than that.
Glenn, didn't you also say that the preschool special needs group is growing, that's a growing population too?
Oh.
All right, so let's take another crack at this.
So
and see
since
if we
that was
can get
the
off
history,
first line.
Shall we wander on to the cut list?
Yeah, let's do that.
Since we just
Okay.
talked the history. All right.
But it's good that you explained that the second line here is reducing kindergarten art and music to every other week, which in theory you had already done last year, so it
And
was,
that just stays,
Yeah.
gets carried
So-
over,
gets cut this year instead.
Go ahead.
Do you want me to do it, or do you want to walk
You
through them?
go ahead, do it.
Okay. Let me take them in a slightly different order. Let me take the system-wide ones first.
Sure.
Which are at the bottom of your page. At the system-wide level, one personnel cut we're going to make is a special education secretary. We have 2 special education secretaries. That was the point of one of your questions, where you asked were there any other administrative cuts we could make in this budget. And in my response to you, I basically enumerated the administrative structure that we have. We really don't have room to cut further at the administrative level. At the elementary schools, you have 1 principal and 1 secretary. There's not much room for play there. We don't have assistant principals at the elementary school anymore, although we once did. In the middle of the high school, you have 1 principal and 2 secretaries. And again, you wouldn't want to try to run a school of 1,000 children without 2 people in the front office. It just doesn't work. Someone has to go to lunch. There are things, someone has to deal with something in the building. There are things that need to be done. And given our, the security systems we're using now, we have to have someone at the front door all the time because it's locked. And we just need to admit people. So we really don't have the room there. At the middle school, we have 2 vice principals, and one of those is a partial cut on this, and I'll come back to that in a minute. So there is that cut in here. We have 2 assistant principals, vice principals at the high school. There is no way we could cut back on those 2 positions. With 1,000 kids in the school and a lot of needs, they're all around. They're doing curriculum leadership. They're also doing discipline behavior issues, walking the schools, just keeping an eye on the place. It is a big job. Beyond that, our non-professional staff, the non-teaching staff, is very light. You know, and the 3 of us, between us, have 2 secretaries in the superintendent's office. And again, the volume of work that goes through that office, everything wanders through there eventually. In the business office, we have 1 payroll clerk, 1 accounts payable person, and 1 financial analyst. You're running a $44 million operation on, you know, a skeleton crew really in the business office. And that's taking care of all the grants, all the revolving funds, working with town hall, doing all the payrolls and so forth. Other secretarial staff in the system, we have a secretary in the high school guidance office, and given the amount of work that it takes, especially with seniors and or juniors and applying to schools and AP exams and so forth, we need a secretary there. We have a residency officer. We have, I'll refer to that one of your other questions a little later on. We have a registrar. It's hard to see how you could do without either of those. We added the parent outreach liaison this year, and that's been a very valuable position, reaching out to families and getting children who aren't necessarily as involved with the school, So that's been a major position. But beyond that, what's my answer? There aren't people. We don't have a lot of folks we can move around and do that. We have a couple other people who are paid for on grants. We have 1 person who's paid for out of the food service budget, who works with the food service director to monitor, who's basically the administrative assistant down there. But that's paid out of the food service budget. It's not paid out of the general fund. So on the administrative level, we're cutting 1 position, but it's 1 out of very few. This is one of the few positions we thought we could do. And it's going to be a strain with monitoring all the special education plans, keeping track of all that sort of thing, also doing all the special education transportation, all the out-of-district placements, all the monitoring of ed plans and so forth. The special education director, were she here, would tell you she doesn't know how that's going to work.
Yeah,
Sadly, we will probably find out.
I just recalled that you did give us a breakdown last year on how you compared with other towns in terms of percentage of your budget devoted to administrative costs and other categories. So actually, since I found it, I thought it might be instructive to put it up here. And as you can see, and these are the towns Arlington, Belmont, Braintree, Brookline, Canton, Dedham, Hingham, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And as you can see, for administration, at least for these years that we have data for, Milton compares pretty favorably to, below the comparable communities in terms of the percentage of your budget devoted to administration. So, gee,
Well, that was,
can't find any funds there for programs, but.
that was a sort of long-winded explanation of the first cut. Hopefully I'll do better, but you asked a question about that.
Right.
And
Well-
that covers that question.
It's almost,
Yeah,
it's.
I won't come back to that question. I figured I'd work it in here while we were doing it.
It would be interesting to get, a continuation of that chart, for fiscal years 13 and 14, if it's available. Just, it's a useful tool to
I can,
have.
13 for sure, I'll have to see if Desi has it.
Yeah, 14 might not be available.
We
yet.
should be, we would put it together, but I don't know how well it would match what Desi would put on their
Yeah,
charts.
the more historical charts, the better, really.
Easy.
Because that underlines your economy of administration.
The second system-wide cut was a cut in the, our expected special education transportation budget. Our special education transportation budget is $900,000.
Yeah.
It costs us more for the little buses than the big buses by a good 50%. It's expensive. I mean, we have 47 children out of district. We have to, transport them here and there. In some cases, it'd be a good retirement business for anyone who's looking for one. Be a special ed transportation provider. It's a lucrative business. I had budgeted this year 3% basically cost increase from 900, well, just under 9, maybe 4%, from just under 900, just over $900,000. Again, as the superintendent mentioned, we do bi-weekly meetings with special ed. We are monitoring our special ed budget. We think we can take $27,000 off that estimate for next year based on what we are currently providing this year. Our rates, for instance, for this year didn't go quite as high as we thought they were going to go. Special education transportation, unlike regular ed transportation, is not bid. They are annual contracts, and you negotiate. It's exempt from 30B bid laws. You negotiate annually with your providers. We have 7 different providers that we negotiate with, and we try to, obviously work off each other to see which provider can give us the best deal for going from here to there and so forth. But, we have a lot of transportation we have to do, and one provider generally isn't able to handle it all. So this cut is based on what our, what it looks like we're going to be spending this year, and basically an updated projection on what we're likely to be able to spend next year.
So you think with that cut, your service will still be pretty much what?
We have to perform the service.
Right.
So
Right.
this is not a service cut. We think, this is just a recomputation on my part of what I'm believing it's going to take us to provide the service.
Okay.
Again, the issue with all this is we are making a budget, I'm making these budgets in October, November to try to get to you in December
Next September.
for something
Right,
that's
right,
happening,
right.
not a year away. And so as we go through the year, we continue to refine because we have to. I mean,
Okay.
Eddie has a question.
All right. So Glenn, what happens if, let's say, next year, with your budget for transportation for SPED, it changes dramatically because someone moves into the district and needs transportation or has to go outside to a special program? Where do you get the money if, in fact, it goes over that number? What do you do?
From somewhere else in the budget.
You have to
We
juggle.
have to reallocate. I mean, that's one of the reasons that, unlike other departments in town, the school committees by law have a bottom line budget. We have to be able to reallocate funds from one source to another. Special education transportation, it's not reimbursed by the state. We have to pay for it. I mean, out of district transportation, we get some reimbursement on and so forth. But this is one of those things, if you need it, you need it. And so we just have to rely.
So to that point, every Tuesday morning, we meet with Leroy Walker and Mary Kelly's the chair, and Mike Zulis, the finance subcommittee. And so we have an agenda every Tuesday morning that's full, carrying over agenda items. we analyze the budget. In past years, we've had issues around special education, and that's where we discuss, and when we've had issues in our substitute budget, and that's where we meet and discuss. Do you want to speak to that? About finance subcommittee?
If any of you would like to join us, Tuesday morning. A lot of fun.
7 a.m.
7 a.m., that's it.
And
So
let me
that's
ask
where
you,
those things
just
are
a follow-up,
discussed.
does the fact that the price of gas has gone down substantially, does that impact any of your transportation budgets, or is that set already?
The special ed transportation budgets are bid on, at the beginning of the year on a per mile, per trip basis. The large bus contract, which is a 3-year contract, has an adjustment clause in it for annual adjustments based, and it's a formula that we negotiate based on the cost of fuel. So if there is a change to the cost of fuel, there is of more than a certain percent, the contract is automatically adjusted to compensate for that. So on the large yellow buses, there is a factor of fuel.
Okay.
But on the small buses, the special education buses, they've been, at the beginning of the year, we contract for a fixed price or a fixed dollar. In town, it's a fixed dollar per run. You know, we have a number of children we transport in town. We have buses running around town bringing them to our schools, but they require special transportation. And it's a certain number of dollars per trip per head. And that's just a fixed rate for the year.
But when you negotiate those rates for next fall, you may have some greater leverage given the price of fuel. Maybe?
You always negotiate.
That's right.
And we don't have
That
to
fuel de-escalation
stay
clause.
on this, but Glenn said it's a $900,000 item. We belong to this Charms Collaborative, Canton, Holbrook, Avon, Randolph, Milton, Stoughton, Sharon. And so this is where a SPED collaborative, these communities come together to provide and to talk about special education issues. And one year, some of you might remember, the collaborative thought that they'd do special ed transportation together, and it wasn't successful. And so we're always talking about special ed transportation. And again, if you have 50 students, that's 50 individual, maybe it's 45 or 40 different trips to and from. And so there's a limit to the number of minutes children can be in those special ed vans. So it's a very specialized part of our budget.
Great. I see Mike Mike Zellis.
I was just gonna take the opportunity,
Thank you.
just, Mary said to give you a little bit on the finance subcommittee, a little bit more than just show up.
You need to come up to the
Oh.
table, because they can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Just to say, it's a pretty, for those who haven't been involved,
Nearer the microphone.
those who haven't been involved, it's a pretty deep dive into what's going on in the budget on a weekly basis. And it's a pretty developed exchange of ideas. There's a lot of disagreement. There's a lot of healthy discussion. So it's not a rubber stamp. It's not a glossing over. It's a pretty deep dive into what we're doing week to week.
So do you ever have evening meetings?
Mary would know
Only
better
to
than
catch
me.
up on minutes.
Okay. I don't think I'll be seeing you anytime soon at 7 a.m.
All right.
Okay, so, thanks,
Continuing
Mike.
with system-wide reductions, so we would cut $27,000 from the special education transportation. We would cut $5,000 from our copier replacement budget. We have, photocopiers in all the schools. They get used a lot. And we have a replacement budget in here, and this would delay that. We went for a number of years without actually budgeting for copier replacements. Just as things broke, we tried to put together the money to fix them. Over the last couple of years, we've actually put in a line in the budget for replacing about 3 of these a year. This would bring us down from that. Professional development, a $33,000 cut for some of the non-advancement professional development, and $20,000 from our text materials and supplies lines. We would do those not because we think they're easy to do, but this is really a situation where we're doing these instead of trying to find another person to lay off. it's just, we felt we needed to make some sort of cut in there. We couldn't do it entirely out of personnel. So those are not easy cuts. Those are not unnecessary expenditures. It's just when it came down, that when we got through this list and said, but what can we find that aren't people? We said we could do that. Then going into the actual, the various levels of the school. At the elementary schools, one of the reductions would be in grade 4 and 5 to reduce art from 45 minutes to 30 minutes. That frees up basically a portion of a teacher. These are all fractional teacher cuts. That's not, we increased it several years ago from 30 to 45 minutes, because if you think about it, if in an art class with elementary school students, by the time you set up and put everything away, there's no time left in the middle at 30 minutes to actually do anything. 30 minutes just is not enough time. But if we have to eat away at the edges of things, we looked at doing that. Reducing kindergarten art and music to every other week. Again, this is just to try to eliminate around the edges of things as much as we can. I mean, this is, the teachers have a certain amount of time they have to be released from the classroom in order for their own, for preparation and the like, and this really brings it pretty much right back to the contract. They're out of the classroom the minimum amount they can be, by alternating basically art and music every other week. Eliminate grade 5 chorus. We eliminated grade 4 chorus a couple of years ago. That was in the cut list. This would do away with grade 5 chorus. This is not particularly good either, because, as you know, if you don't start some of these things in the elementary school, you're less likely to pick them up at the middle school. Elementary school kids are a lot more willing to try things. You know, you rarely pick up the violin in the 10th grade. These are the sort of things you have to start when they're young. This will have a ripple effect up the system. There's no question about it if you're not doing this as a separate course in the elementary school.
So if for all of us who advocate for the arts, these are difficult cuts, but when we all meet together, elementary, middle, and high school, at the elementary school, other than the teachers, the principal, the secretary, you have a guidance counselor and adjustment counselors, and I was advocating for another possible cut, and we do this collaboratively, and there are social emotional needs of children in the schools, and the principals didn't think they could take the adjustment counselor reduction, and so that's why really we actually figured out how this could be a 2.0 cut by how many classes these people taught and reducing these back. So in the area of art and music, you would never see any more cuts, because this is really just meeting the minimal needs of the classroom teachers, and there aren't any more classroom art, music, library, and phys ed. You remember last year we talked about a different area would be at the 5th grade, the ACE and the future problem solving, and the band and the strings. So we had a philosophical discussion with the classroom teachers and the music director, and this really, in the end, was the cut. And it was difficult talking to the parents of the incoming 300 kindergartners that you talked about, Ted, because when they're entering kindergarten, they think they're going to have, like all the rest of the children, art, music, library, and physical education, and they're paying the tuition. So these cuts are difficult.
Right.
Also at the elementary level, you referred to it before, one of our proposed additions this year was a half-time preschool coordinator to coordinate the various different preschool programs we have. The preschool programs are of different types. There's the integrated preschool with children with special needs and peers. There is the preschool at the high school, which with the high school child care class works with. That we have a substantially separate preschool for kids with more needs, but at the same time, you have all these different preschools, and there needs to be some coordination in what it is they're learning, because you don't live in in these little silos forever. You move around, and you will, eventually enter kindergarten and so forth, And the need for coordination of that has fallen to the principals, and it's very difficult. Curriculum needs to be coordinated by someone whose job it is solely. Principals have too many other things on their plate to trying to be doing this as well. And so we had proposed to add a half-time preschool coordinator in this year, in the fiscal 16 budget, and this would eliminate that. We would do without it again. Restructure the STEP class. This is a little more technical. This is for with children who need some support behaviorally and so forth. Currently, this class has one full-time teacher, one special educator, and each child has an aide, because each of these children requires a one-to-one aide. It's not a large class, it's only 5 children, but it is, it's a class with needs. And the idea is to integrate the children into regular classrooms as much as possible, but at certain times they need to be brought back out and taken care of. And so this class is that room where when they're not in a regular education classroom. We are looking at eliminating one of the general education teaching position in here, working with the special educator and the aides only for these children. That's, again, not an easy cut to make, but it's given the options we had, this is one we were looking at. So those are the elementary school cuts. At the middle school, we were eliminating one history teacher. And the effect of that would be that some history teachers are going to have to teach both 7th and 8th grade, which means that's going to partially do away with the team structure at the 7th and 8th grade. Currently, if you have a middle school student and you want to meet with your child's team, you go in and you meet with the teachers who share that child. Well, there's this one team of teachers, is dealing with 1/3 of a grade. They have 100 students that they see, and they all see those 100 students, and you could have during one of the, an art period or something, or an elective period, you can have a team meeting with all of your child's teachers. The scheduling would say that the history teacher would not be part of that team anymore in 7th and 8th grade. You would have to have a separate meeting probably with that history teacher, just simply because they wouldn't be working with the same cohort of children that everyone else is. So it really deviates from the team structure at grades 7 and 8. And because the teacher has to cross over, it affects both grades.
And so this is the first time we've ever approached the attempting to do anything to the team philosophy at the middle school. So anyone who has a middle schooler recently understands you go in and you see all the teachers, and that's the strength of the middle school. If you stop at middle school, they're known by what team they're in 6th, 7th, or 8th grade. So we've never approached a cut like this. This is on the list.
And we have 3 reductions in electives. They're listed as .2 teachers. So in other words, they're, basically a teacher would go from roughly a 5-day-a-week person to a 4-day-a-week person. And we'll talk about the effects of that in a minute. But we would cut back some art classes, including the 6th grade creative enrichment ACE class in art. We would reduce some electives in choices in music, and the iSTEM computer teacher, which is an advanced computer elective, and it would also reduce some of the other computer offerings. So those 3 cuts would be, fractions of people. The 2 problems with that is when you cut electives, and we'll come back to this, the children still have to go somewhere. So what it does is it increases the size in your other elective courses. The other issue is if you have a teacher and you're advertising a position saying, well, you were full-time, but we're now going to, cut you to .8. That teacher is going to try to leave. They're going to look for another full-time position. It's hard to hire part-time positions in these fields. People want full-time jobs quite reasonably, and talented people are going to get them. These are going to be hard positions to fill at fractional positions, at part-time positions. And probably we're not going to hire a teacher now for next fall if it's a part-time position, because they're going to wait and try to get a full-time position somewhere. These are going to be last-minute hires. These are not going to be easy things to do. these fractional reductions are difficult from just a personnel standpoint. And the last middle school reduction is replacing one of the assistant principals by a dean. A dean is a Unit A position as opposed, a teaching unit position as opposed to an administrative position. So this person would not be doing supervision anymore. They would not be doing evaluation anymore. We would be more limited to disciplinary sorts of things in the school. The issue is you're saving money on the difference between an administrator's salary and a teacher's salary, but you lose the administrative functionality because you can't hire a teacher to be an administrator unless you make them an administrator. I mean, there are roles that go along with these titles.
So we have shared this with the staff, and before we shared it with the staff, the principals saw all the teachers because they have a reduction in force list. So they know who these people are. They were approached before the meeting. The three of us did large meetings for all the staff, and we've met with these people, and those middle school people know who they are, and they understand that they're on this reduction list.
And at the high
Not a
school.
fun meeting, I'm sure.
Right, and so, what happens is, well, you can imagine, so they're out interviewing, and as Glenn said, the problem with the .2s is you're trying to make minimal impact, but no one's going to take an outstanding person isn't going to take a .8 position until Labor Day.
Right. Yeah, no, this is all unfortunate, this list. And, you know, it jeopardizes the long-term stability and strength of your teaching.
And you had mentioned,
faculty.
you asked about the administrative assistant, you asked about the paraprofessional. When we sit down, we look at every level of the organization, and so the vice principal is obviously in the administrative level of the organization. And so you're just not looking at teachers, you're just not looking at administrators, you're not just looking at paraprofessionals, you're just not looking at secretaries. We went through every unit.
Finally, at the high school, one elimination would be a world language teacher. This would eliminate, most likely, the French courses for non-immersion students. It would limit those students who didn't come through French immersion to Spanish and Latin. It would pretty much eliminate like the French 1-2 at the high school. People couldn't start that as a language at that point. It could be a possible loss of some of the AP offerings. It'll depend on enrollment and so forth. Language enrollment varies a bit at the high school, so we'll have to see how that plays out as the students choose their courses for next fall, which they're starting to do now. And the other reductions at the high school are, again, these fractional reductions, again, cutting away at the edges of things, a reduction in art, music, a business technology teacher, and a family consumer studies position. Each of these cut back, again, essentially from full-time positions to 80% positions, with all those remaining problems that come with that. So that would be the way we would have to make the $500,000 reduction. You have the numbers associated with them all. The cuts are based on a step one teacher cut, because again, cuts go by seniority, so the number we're using to cut a person is $45,000. You see in other places when we hire a person, we use a higher number for a hire, because hopefully we're not hiring a person, necessarily at step one. In a lot of these positions, we try to get a person with some experience. When we plan for a hire, we generally budget for someone with a master's with a few years of experience, because that's the person we're trying to get. But we sometimes end up with people without the experience who we think have the potential and so forth. But when you're laying off, you have to lay off by seniority. So the layoff number is going to cost you, is going to save you less than a hire is. They're two different numbers, just by the nature of them. So those are, the numbers there are based on, the personnel numbers in the teaching units are based on $45,000 for a teacher, which is a low-level teacher. So all these fractionals are based on that. We can go through it, obviously work out what the actual numbers are, since we know who the people are, but it's not far different.
Just as a hypothetical, since you stated that teachers facing these kind of reductions are going to start looking for another job somewhere else. Okay, say let's just do a hypothetical with the high school. The art teacher is the first one to go, and they successfully get another job, and they're gone. So that person is a 1.0 and they're gone. Do you then restore the other 3 up to 1.0 and you've made your cut?
We
by
couldn't
doing
live without that person. We don't have enough of these people. We would have to try to hire another
someone who
.8
is
art
at a
teacher.
0.8
Yeah.
and keep the reductions in the other.
Absolutely.
We would
You
have,
wouldn't do it that way I just described. You
You
do it
can't.
that way.
because you'd
Because of the
eliminate
schedule,
programs.
you can't do it
Okay,
that way.
You
got
don't-
it.
That's a good
All right.
question.
Over the years, we've always tried to maintain a program, even if it's at a small level. I mean, we used to have a wood shop person, we used to have an auto shop person, but now we have one person who does all that. Program is there, but once it goes away forever. Once you lose it, it's gone, you'll never get it back. So when we cut these things, we're always trying to at least keep them alive, because if you keep them alive, you can incrementally, hopefully, restore them at some point. But once they're gone, they're gone.
So you built a high school that has a cooking room, a sewing room, a wood and auto. So philosophically, we've talked about this, that high school students go to school for that one wood class, and then they go the other 6 classes, the difference it makes, you're a comprehensive high school. And so now, we used to have a cooking and a sewing, it's called family and consumer. Now there's one person, but there's still 2 cooking, 3 sewing classes during the day, and those are options for students for their electives. And so to keep these alive is huge. To keep the art, the music, the wood, the auto program is really important. Because I couldn't imagine coming back to you with the achievement gap issues and advancement budget and saying, we'd like to start up a sewing program. So we're trying to keep those programs, and they do make a difference. And you hear so many stories that the high school and middle school, when you have those experiences. When I was in the Milton Public Schools, you had those options in the middle school, cooking and sewing. But those aren't at the middle school options anymore, but at the high school they are.
Well, also, it puts a greater number of adults in front of the kids, or
Program
or
offerings.
the other way around. Each kid has a wider selection of adults to respond to, and that's important, because I think the more adults you can put into kids' lives through the schools, then they're going to respond to different ones, and you're better off. But
I wish I had brought, we're not going to digress here, but the other day, James Jett and I met a woman in the hall, and I had never met her. And she just moved to Milton, and she kept us for a half hour about the wood and auto teacher and the impact he made on her child's life in all the other classes and how he feels about Milton High School. And she just went on and on about the wood and auto. So again, for that child, those other 6 classes other than wood or auto are making a difference to him.
so
The other issue too is that the students still need to be somewhere.
right.
So if they're not in these classes, they're in others, and the class sizes are larger. And that has an effect as well, because again, you don't get the attention you would with a smaller class. It's, and it's one of the issues, why you don't see some of the detestable subjects on here. When you have English teachers who are teaching 5 classes, and they have 120 students, and they're trying to do a writing assignment every 3 days, and then they're sitting down at night to try to grade 120 4-page papers. It's an amazing amount of work just to keep on top of all that. And, students don't learn writing by writing once every 3 weeks. They learn writing by writing. And so bringing up class sizes in a lot of these is a very difficult thing to do. And in some classes, like science labs, it's not possible because you only have so many stations. So, all of this plays into the choices that we make.
So just a quick question. Are all teachers, I did look at the roster of teachers, and with a very few exceptions, we're all full-time 1.0 teachers. So you don't have a bunch of art teachers or music teachers that are already sitting there at 0.6 happily. It can go to 0.4, so.
No, very few part-time teachers. They're frankly hard to get.
Okay, well, this is Phil.
I've been looking at these cut lists for many years than I would like to have to do, but
Well, move it here.
all too frequently, it seems there's a cut in world language at the high school. And it's always a 1.0 FTE, it's never a fraction. I hope the world language program there is as good as it was 10 years ago when my daughter graduated. And I hope that you will attempt to restore this position next year if we do an override. So I think that's a very important subject area in the high school.
Okay.
So, back to your list of questions, I think we've taken the first three of them in the context of going through the cut list. So maybe we should start with your question 4, which was, to sum it quickly, how do we plan to stay within the limits of Proposition 2.5?
Or,
Sorry?
you have an option in that question, I think. How do you better conform to Proposition 2.5 limits in light of what the town departments have been able to do, or prevail upon the town to increase the frequency of override initiatives? There is an or there.
Okay.
Okay.
My answer for the first part is, as I said before, with more than half the employees of the town and our budget being 85% salaries, it is very difficult to live within the constraints of Prop 2.5. When we did our last round of bargaining, we did, comparable communities. We looked at where our entry-level positions were with respect to other communities, where our veteran positions, those would say 10 years of service, were with respect to other communities. And we found that we were right on target with our, basically our entry-level people. We were right on par with our comparable communities, and we were a hair better at step 10 and 11. And as a committee and as an administration, we decided that's where we wanted to be. We wanted to be competitive at the early levels, and you want to be able to retain good people, and or conversely, to maybe try to lure some good people from other districts who have some experience. So given that those two salaries were where they need to be, the math that you do shows that you need to have steps of slightly in excess of 4% a year to get from point A to point B. Just those are what the market demands for comparisons. The entry-level teacher does get paid considerably less than a veteran teacher does. That's because they come in. It's a low rate of pay for the work they do for the entry-level teachers, and the expectation is by the time they get veterans, they get up to a more reasonable level of compensation. But the effect of that is you need, something over towards a 4.5% raise to get from A to B over 10 years. And when you have 50% of your staff, who generally speaking are in those first 10 years, that says before you've done anything, you've got about a 2.25% increase in your salary budget just for the steps. And that's without any cost of living increase for the 50% who aren't on steps. So you're going to have to add something there because the rest of them won't get anything absent steps. And so, when 85% of your budget really can't be constrained by 2.5%, you're not going to get the budget constrained by it. It's just, it's not going to work. And even on the non-salary side, special education costs is the single largest non-personnel part of our budget. And as with a lot of those costs, they tend to run at 5 to 6% a year because they're more like medical costs. You're dealing with occupational therapists, physical therapists, you're dealing with out-of-district placements, you're dealing with specialized services that increase at more than 2.5%. So the vast majority of our budget really isn't constrainable by 2.5%. So the polite answer to how do we plan to live within 2.5 is, we really can't. I mean, be brutally honest about it. It's very difficult to keep this budget within 2.5%. Or prevail upon the town to increase the frequency of override initiatives. Well, some of us at the table remember they used to be more frequent. I mean, I remember the former treasurer standing up and saying, we need an override every 3 years in this town. I mean,
I wanted one this year.
Yep.
it is the case that we need them with a certain amount of frequency in this town. It's the old, you don't have any smokestacks, statement from
Well, I mean, it's pretty simple. If you have costs that go up $3 million a year, and if you have $100 million a year budget and you have costs that are going up $4 million and revenues that are going up $3 million, well, after 3 years, you're in the hole by $3 million.
and the schools have always been, the schools have always been part, of overrides. They're always, it tends to be PTO people who lead them and run them. They succeed when they're broad-based on a town-wide basis, where people see the need for public safety, they see the need for administration, they see the need for schools. It doesn't become a, pick your favorite department kind of override. When they're broad-based, they succeed. And when you build the workforce behind them and the justification for them to a reasonable extent to the population, they do it. We are in a position here where, for a variety of reasons, we haven't had one for a few years. Combination of the economic downturn, making them unpalatable, some of the ARRA money kicking in some of the different pieces along the way, but still, part of it is people, frankly, have gotten out of the habit of expecting one every couple of years, and I think that's part of the to remind people. We have a lot of people who weren't here in this town 6 years ago, the last time we had an override. So it's not on their radar the way it was before that, where we seem to be having, literally one every 3 years. I mean, certainly. So there, how do we prevail on the town to increase the frequency? You don't generally have to prevail on the town. The frequency is what the frequency is. When you need it, you have to go for it, and you have to make the case for it, and you have to work for it. And enough people at this table have been through enough of them that it's a lot of work, and it's not easy. It's never easy, regardless of how good the case you make. It's never easy to do, but you just have to work for it and do it. I mean, how many times did we try to do the school building project? We failed 3 times before we got it passed. But you make your case, you get it done.
I think there is, sorry, Paul.
Okay, it's just that the spirit of the or part of the question was definitely to, shed light on the fact that doing the override next year will mean a 7-year gap between the last one and the next one. And it's just that the town's got to start realizing that that's not sustainable. And yes, you're right, Glenn, there were a bunch of circumstances that led to that, but those circumstances aren't necessarily going to repeat. And if people get used to the idea, we only need an override every 7 or 8 years, the town's probably going to be in a reasonable amount of trouble.
Oh, I don't disagree, but
Right.
my point of saying that we're out of practice is that I think it's just good to get back into the swing of doing these on a periodic basis. It's just going to take a little more work ramping up this first one. We've all been through this discussion. I mean, the timing of an override is partially an economic decision and to a large extent a political decision. Can you get it passed? Do you have the time to make the case to the populace that this is the time to do it? And without speaking for all the people who've been involved in this discussion along the way, I think there's certainly some concern that, given the fact that it's been a while, possibly the longer period of ramping up to an override is necessary the first time.
But what's I see as different watching the overrides, this finance subcommittee and this school committee goes out to the schools, and so that's a big change. How many years have you been going out to schools? So let's say, last 4 or 5 years, And when you know, I look at Chuck, and you look at audiences that have 50, or 60 people in an audience, and they're that interested in their school budget, that, I think a lot of education has been established already, going out to every school. And I always think if you have 50 or 60, or if you have 30, or we've gone out to 5 or 6 people, they go out and talk to 10 others. So that, to me, observing over the years, is really different, that the school people seem, you said they're vested in the school budget. I mean, they're coming out, they're leaving their families, and they're getting the exact presentation that you're getting, and they're asking really good questions. And every month I meet with the PTO presidents. The budget's on every one of the agendas, and Chuck would come to those meetings. Were you a PTO president?
Treasurer.
And so, the 2 other fathers were PTO presidents, and then they would bring that information back. So that's the topic for the meeting the week after vacation, the school budget and the outlook for the next 2 years. So this is a group of parents and who advocate for their public schools. And for me, when I leave those meetings, I say to them, this is a testimony to the town and you, that you are interested in your school budget. I don't think you'd go to a lot of communities and see that many parents interested in the school budget.
Fair enough. I mean, I think there is a perception amongst a portion of the town's populace that it's getting pretty rich over in the schools. And you talked about your salary structure, and I don't want to spend all evening on that because we probably could. But the contracts that you had through the economic downturn didn't take a downturn, as most of the taxpayers did. And so I think the result is if the teaching population is exempt from that kind of economic pressure, then it feels unfair to those who are paying for it. And so, I mean, we have a question later on about negotiations, and I know Leroy can probably talk about that. But when we get there, but I do think that that the people in general want to see some restraint, because right now you have a teaching faculty that is 63% of them would not qualify for consideration for affordable housing, which is good. I mean, maybe it's bad that 37% do, but it's no longer like, gee, we need affordable housing. The argument used to be we need affordable housing in town for our firefighters and policemen and teachers, and that's not the case anymore. I've got questions from Betty, and then Lee Michael, and then.
Well, I have a comment, and then I have a question to Glenn. But, I work at the Dedham Public Schools, and I was just doing a little math, trying to take a look at our budget and our population and compare it to Milton's budget and Milton's population. So Dedham's budget is currently proposed for $38.5 million, a 4.5% increase from last year. Our student population is 2,818 as of the 2014 school year. So I just did the math, simple equation, probably a lot more complex, but if we were to be on par with Dedham, we should be having a $50 million budget rather than the current budget that we have. And so my question to you, Glenn, is I'm only looking at Dedham, but can you talk about where we compare to other communities that we sometimes compare ourselves to? Are we keeping up with the per pupil spending, and how are we doing with that? Or have we been losing ground with all of these cuts? Because I'll tell you, a lot of people who work in my system who are new, terrific teachers are reluctant to apply to Milton because of the chronic funding issues with layoffs and stuff like that. So I tell them it's a great system, I encourage them to apply, but it does have a little bit of a reputation that people are a little reluctant to stick their toe in, because if they're gonna get laid off in the next 3 years, they don't have that protection. So I was just wondering if you could speak to a little bit about how we're doing.
Well, I mean, at roughly a $40 million budget and 4,000 students, you're dealing with about $10,000 per student is what we're spending on education. And you manipulate that as you want, because, you know, obviously the students who are out of district are paid, or it costs more and so forth, but that's an average over the 4,000 students. I can put together some data for you on the couple communities where they are. I would say that's around the state average or less per student. I would think I would be surprised if we didn't pull the 10 comparable communities here. We're probably in the lower half.
Okay.
No, I think right now Milton's a bargain, you know, to the taxpayer in terms of per pupil spending compared to other communities. So I would like to see lots more teachers. I would just like to see restraint in the cost of living adjustments.
So we're a rich bargain.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Well, so the thing that you have to balance when you talk about teacher salaries is that in a market where we're competing for talent, you have to make sure that the salaries are competitive enough to attract, in a process where you interview candidates, ideally you want to hire your first choice or your second choice at the worst. And we, in preparation for the last round of collective bargaining, we did an extensive review of communities that we either felt we were competing with, they were either adjacent, or they were similar in terms of population and size of the student population, town population, student population. And we compared reasonably well, and the settlement kept us reasonably competitive. We are not by any means a leader, but we're high enough in the distribution that we feel like we're competitive, and we have to continue to do that. We're as Glenn talked about earlier, and I apologize, I was doing 2 meetings. I was in the Town Government Study Committee meeting, and now I'm back. But as Glenn talked about earlier, we're always recruiting talent, so we have to make sure that we remain competitive there. And I think this time, I'm proud of the settlement that we made. It's competitive, but not by any stretch of the imagination unreasonable. And as most good collective bargaining agreements go, we didn't get everything we wanted, and teachers certainly didn't get everything they wanted. But at the end of the day, I think both sides felt like it was a settlement that they could live with, and in the end, everyone left the room reasonably happy. It was a hard road getting there, but I think both parties felt like it was a settlement that they could take to their membership and recommend, and they did, and it passed overwhelmingly. So that's always a good sign.
Right, either that or negotiations leave everybody unhappy, and that can be a win too, but having everybody happy is better.
Yeah,
So.
but see, if you have to put this in the larger context. If you're talking about advancement initiatives, if you're talking about things that are continually requiring teachers to take on different professional development, to learn new skills, to learn more about early literacy, to learn more about STEM, then you have to make sure that they feel good about their jobs, because they're in direct contact with our children day in and day out. And if they don't feel good about their jobs, that's a problem. So I've done the hard-hitting negotiations where we say, you know, this is it, take it or leave it, and we'll see you later. I've done those. I've had the Teamsters, I've had the steel workers. I understand what that's like. But we had to make sure that they felt like they were respected. We had to make sure that they felt like they got a settlement that should keep them here. And we're not talking about we're not as worried about the people who have been here for 10, 15, 20, 25 years, which we have some of. We're worried about the teachers that come in that are extraordinarily talented, and their orientation is, I'll do this until I get a better offer somewhere else. So we have to make sure that we're retaining them as well. And I think we did that, and I think we did it responsibly.
Right, so the other piece, and you missed some of the discussion on that, was Betty brought it up, was the creeping reputation that we have too much financial instability with cut lists every year and things like that. And obviously, it's difficult to work through those lists, and it's, you know, I think maybe a couple of years ago, we had a very small one. It was great. You know, I would love to see them to go away. And there's really nothing, I mean, we'll get on with it, but over the years, there's not a whole lot of anything left in your budget to cut, so.
Right,
At any
and
rate.
I would say that Betty's exactly right about that, and it's a problem with the process that we have, because we take the process seriously, and if we put together a cut list, then we've got an obligation to inform those individuals, and the superintendent makes sure that that happens before we go public, so to speak, or before we go around and talk to the PTOs. So, yeah, we have to say to these individuals, this is a possibility. We hope that it doesn't happen. And that's a problem with the process, but that's the process we're living with.
Hey, Michael.
I just wanted to circle back to a comment that you made a minute ago. I'm hoping you either used hyperbole or I understood you wrong when you seemed to imply that teachers were getting rich off the Milton public school system. I don't personally think that a lot of K through 12 teachers are getting really rich off of their jobs, especially in the Milton public school system. And that struck me personally as somebody who tried to be a teacher in the Commonwealth and found the economics of that to be really, really difficult. So I just wanted to make sure that wasn't the feeling of the whole warrant committee here, that our teachers are getting rich off of our school system.
Well, I don't think they are, but it's a more stable profession than it was financially than it was, say, 20, 30 years ago.
And
There's
one
no
that
question
I
about
think
that.
was probably
And that's
severely
probably good.
undercompensated for a long,
Right.
long time.
But it is a change. It is a change. Anything else? Moving on to.
Not unless you want to take an hour on that one.
Your next question concerned the advancement budgets, the history of it, the prognosis going forward, and a couple questions about, in particular, the reading specialists that were labeled as interim reading specialists.
Yeah.
Let me take care of the simple part first on the reading specialists. When we brought in reading specialists at grades 1 and 2 and then at grade 3, we follow the progress of these with our own internal assessments as well as, MCAS and standardized tests and so forth. And reading specialists are a vital part of the educational program. In fact, they were one of the cuts that were made many years ago that other districts would look at us and say, what do you mean you don't have reading specialists? How could you not have reading specialists? Everyone has reading specialists. Well, we didn't for a while. And putting them back is making a difference. We can quantify that. But when you introduce them at grades 1, 2, and then at 3, you are introducing them behind a cadre of a certain group of children who just missed them. And so while going forward, this is a good thing and will feed its way up through the system, there are issues with the children who didn't get, who were in grade 3 when the 1 and 2s reading specialists were introduced, and then we're in grade 4 when we added the grade 3 reading specialists and never got the benefit of those positions. So the interim reading positions in here were envisioned as 2 people, one at upper elementary and one at the secondary, to sort of as not as necessarily permanent positions, but as sort of to stopgap positions to bring up to speed, to catch these kids up until the trailing populations came up behind them. Hopefully, if you had, for instance, a reading specialist working in grade 4 and grade 5 this year, you may not need them in the future if they're grade 1, 2, and 3 are getting people up to speed by grade 3. You don't need the ones in grade 4 and 5. But at the same time, you can't just say, well, sorry, kids, you're just a hair too old and you missed all this. We have a responsibility to the children who are there. So the notion of the interim reading specialist was, as a temporary position, temporary full-time position to deal with those students who never had the benefit of the specialists that we added in. They're full-time teachers, benefits, the whole 9 yards. It's just the intention is that they're not permanent positions, that they will, their usefulness will expire after a certain amount of time, and they would cease to be necessary in the system. So that was the meaning behind the term interim reading specialist and why we looked at it as a potential use of one-time funds. And to your comment about you could understand why a permanent 4 or 5 reading specialist makes sense. The flip side is, well, hopefully if the 1, 2, and 3 reading specialists are effective, we don't need a grade 4 and 5 reading specialists. And we have kids on, our goal is to have kids reading on grade level by the end of grade 3. And then you don't, then it's, then they're, as the saying goes, they're not learning to read, they're reading to learn at that point. They are, they're using those skills to actually improve themselves. But until they're functional at reading, they're at a disadvantage. So that's the idea behind the reading specialist.
Just a quick observation and a question. I actually didn't notice this till later, just a few days ago. When you did your PowerPoint presentation on page 32, you actually had them listed not in one time.
Yes.
Okay, did you change your mind?
Yes.
Okay.
Once we were looking for sources of things to fund with one-time money, once
Okay.
we realized that they're not permanent positions,
All
they
right.
became eligible for putting in the one-time funds category.
When you say they're going to be interim, do you have any kind of ballpark figure of how interim? 2 years, 3 years, 1 year? How long do you think you'll need them for?
It's hard to say. I mean, potentially a grade 4 or 5, depending on the number of children. Could be 1 year, could be 2 years. Hopefully, by that point, you have your other kids up into that position. I mean, it
But we
depends
like
on the
to- we
clientele,
like
the
2-year
actual
plans.
number of children that they have to service and so forth. I mean, and the progress they make. But I mean, the intent is, if all children, thanks to the other ones, are reading by grade 3, their usefulness would be of finite length.
Okay.
I think it would be difficult to argue that they're interim positions and therefore eligible for one-time funding if it's longer than a year.
If what, Leroy?
If we anticipate that the positions will be on our roster for longer than a year, I think it's hard to argue that they are interim and eligible for one-time funds.
Fair enough. So that was half the answer? Is that right?
The other half was, where do you see the advancement budget going in the future?
Crystal ball.
Yeah. Maybe I should defer to the school committee on
Thank
that,
you.
since that's a school committee decision, not.
I think, I hope that we will always be thinking about this in terms of what are the big picture things, what are the high impact things that we can do to move the district forward. So in that regard, I think that we will always have advancement budget initiatives. I think Dr. Pavlicek has pointed out on a number of occasions, if you look at the trends, the earlier advancement initiatives tended to have more positions. The later advancement initiatives tended to have fewer positions. But I think we're always going to be thinking about it, and I think it's our responsibility to be thinking about what are the right things to do to move the district forward and to ensure that every student is performing up to their potential. Or said differently, if we talk about test scores, every student is performing at the proficient or advanced level. So I think, I would hope that we will continue to approach our budget process that way and our budget discussions that way.
Any questions on that? I mean, I do think you might have an advancement budget that was restorative for the arts. I mean, that might be something you determine you need in the future. Who knows? Okay. Issues with the one-time request
All right,
list.
and this one, you had some specifics on our one-time request list. Personnel costs of $160,342 seem hard to justify. Well, the two rating specialists are $120,342. They're on there because they're, again, we're considering these as finite temporary positions. I'm not sure what the other 40,000 is that you're referring to.
God, I'd have to take a look at.
Because I didn't see it in mine. There were some consultant fees and some professional development, but they weren't salaries. So I wasn't sure what the personnel cost was. I was just looking at my sheet. But we can come back to that. The technology, you're saying the technology wish list of 68,000 isn't part of the budget. It actually is. In the technology budget, there is a line for additional funding, additional equipment purchases, which is $68,400, and it has a break. If you look in the back section of your budget book under the technology tab,
Right.
it has a breakout of what that is. So it is part of our budget. It's not a wish list. It's a requested amount. It is to attempt to itemize some of the various pieces of technology that we need to fill in.
Okay, you've got to help me out here.
Yep.
I've got technology, I've got a list that totals $245,000, not 260, which is what you have for expenses. And it has license renewals for $95,000, projector and lamp replacements for $15,000, periodic computer replacement $45,000, and district-wide supplies
32.6.
30.
No,
Park hardware for $60,000.
that's last year. That's this current year, fiscal 15 you're looking at. Look at the right-hand column, fiscal 16.
Okay.
What tab are you on?
The technology tab? In the technology tab, the third page.
I think you gave us last year's page again.
You know, Glenn, I don't
have
have
the
the page you have.
15, 16, 2 columns?
No?
Not what
I have.
No, this is what I've got.
One column.
One column with no
So-
designation of
So
year.
that would explain,
That would explain it, because you're not looking, it's
Okay.
not the right
Yeah.
year. What do you have on the page before it, might I ask?
There is no
Um,
thing.
With the technology,
Here's one, yeah, I've got what they've got.
well, I was going to ask you, because there was, I think, a slight
272, 105, yeah, that's right.
272 and 260.
Yeah, it looks like this.
Yeah. So how did,
But the one behind it
This is wrong.
looks like this.
He's got,
So I have 272.
for some reason, I got the wrong page for the one behind it. I will get
Okay,
you the
well,
right
that
page.
explains a few things.
Because that's the fiscal 15 budget. That's not the one I have is 2 columns. That's the fiscal 15 budget.
Okay.
The difference is the fiscal
Good
16
work.
budget.
At
Good
least
work.
you know we're looking at it.
Okay, just so you know,
I'm impressed.
the first three items are the same. License renewal, 95, 15,000 projector lamp replacement, 45 for periodic computer replacement.
So 15 to 16.
Yes, they're the same numbers.
So the ones we.
But the district-wide supplies from 30,000 goes up to 32.6, all right?
Okay.
In-state travel stays at 4,000. There's an additional.
We don't have an
don't
in-state
have
travel
in-state.
line.
Oh, it was, last year it was built into the, it's part of a person's contract. It was actually, I think, built into the personnel last year possibly. But there's an in-state travel line of $4,000 because we have one person who's contractually obligated to get that. The park equipment was last year. Don't have park equipment this year.
Okay.
And we have a $68,400 additional equipment purchases, which is that sheet should have a,
Right, which we do
sheet
have.
that you have
we
a breakdown
We
on.
do have that.
all right,
That's here.
that replaces the park. Park is
Okay.
gone.
All right, because
Park was last year.
'cause
That
the
was
problem-
one-time funds, it was last year, it's gone. The 68.4 is additional equipment this year, that's part of our technology
Okay, so
budget.
that's why I couldn't find where this was.
Okay,
Okay, that was part of the.
yeah, all right, so I can give you the other page, somehow or other you got the page from last year, that's bizarre. All right,
Okay. Well, that
one page
helps.
wrong in the whole thing?
Yeah,
That's
that's good.
peculiar.
That's all right.
Oh, there might be others.
Yeah, all right.
Anyway, so, okay, so 68.4, good, I'm glad it's in the budget.
It's in the
All right,
budget,
yeah,
yes.
Trying to figure out where that, yeah, it's just like that came out of nowhere,
All right.
so, all right.
Yeah, without the page in front of it, it wouldn't make much sense,
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
I'm not sure how thrilled I am to see some of these items, and maybe it's just me, but could you address the idea of smart boards as a educationally useful tool at the pre-K level?
I can answer that one, but I will.
Oh, go ahead.
Go right ahead, go ahead, Chuck.
You can add to. Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
have we thrown away the blackboards?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, so this is somewhat
Ted,
of
you're
a.
showing your age. I would say,
That's okay.
They were whiteboards before the
whiteboards.
blackboards were
we
way
haven't
back.
bought chalk in a while.
If I might say one thing before Assistant Superintendent Sheehan begins, when we first met our first smart board, the prior superintendent, Dr. Jaffoon, implemented the smart boards at what level? The kindergartens. So good lead into Assistant Superintendent Sheehan, go ahead.
Well, now recognizing that our children are using interactive technology many years before they even enter preschool, they come in with the ability to manipulate technology. They actually require more motivating tools now. So actually the teaching style is very different. Teachers are really not at the blackboard all day with the children. The programs that complement and support the curriculum programs are interactive. So there are a lot of programs that can be accessed through the computer and displayed on the smart boards that allow students to interact. And the readiness skills are built into these programs. And there's a lot of movement involved in a preschool classroom. Actually, since we implemented smart boards in K through 5, our preschool teachers have been asking for them. And so we knew that eventually, again, because of the interactive tools that we're now required to provide for our young children, they're accustomed to this. This is how they're learning now. We know that it's time to consider that even at the preschool level. The interactive tools also allow teachers to differentiate for children more readily. Children who need to be challenged can use technology in ways that are different from students who actually need support with learning challenges. So there's a lot of room for differentiating instruction as well with the technology tools. It's not just the smart boards, it's with iPads as well.
Just sort of a sidelight with the park exam coming on, replacing the MCAS, there's enormous worry about the fact that students will all be taking these on electronic devices now. You know, the fourth grade long essay will be typed, not written. All of these things. In last year when we were piloting it, you find that the third graders adapted to it much more readily than the older kids did. Our worry was what's going to happen with these 8-year-olds when they start sitting down in front of these devices to try this Spark assessment. They were fine. They were just golden. You know, this stuff is natural for the younger kids. It's the older kids and God help us, the rest of us, who who need those 14-year-olds to support us. It's these kids learn very differently than we learned when we were in kindergarten.
I'd like to hear what Chuck has to say.
So my kids are a little bit older, but they started in first and second grade with smart boards, and it just makes the experience, I don't know all the teaching jargon, but it just makes the experience more interesting to them. Some of the tools, it makes it seem more like games, which the kids like, quiz games, things like that, and it's really neat, and it's an important tool.
And I know I always say it, but we're talking about Park and the smart boards. This is a very unique community in the individual PTOs, the Milton Foundation for Education, and every opportunity we can to write a grant, so that the responsibility has really been shared and really taken off the taxpayer. We're ready for Park, where I meet with superintendents, and they're not going into Park. Their children are not being advantaged, and they're staying back with MCAS. And I can share an article that I shared with the school committee today. MCAS will be gone. There's no MCAS 2 ready to be given 2 years from now. So the Park is coming, and because of all these groups, and some of them say it's the taxpayer's responsibility, but there's a lot of shared responsibility in this community on the backs of fundraising and MFE and PTO to really help the public schools. So we are barely ready. We meet every 2 days getting ready for this Park, so that everybody, all the teachers are trained, the children have the advantage of understanding this new assessment tool. But to your point about the smart boards, that's been a shared purchase with the taxpayer. So all of us are benefiting, but the taxpayer, the MFE, and these PTOs have really shared the responsibility.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say, I'm going to run into myself a little bit, because I used to say, we funded a lot of smart boards at Collycott through the PTO, maybe $40,000 or $50,000 worth. And I'd always say, when are you going to go to the town to get it? Now, here, so maybe. So I'm running into I was like, you run into yourself sometimes. So, and through the MFE, that has been, for 2 years in a row, their big annual fundraising dinner has been for technology. And that has been spared from the town quite a bit. So that's several $100,000. I only can speak for Collycott. I don't know I assume that's going on at the other elementary schools and the middle school and high school. So it is a shared burden.
And to Chuck's point, I've said it before, but I'm going to say it again, because I go to the MFE board meetings, I go to the Copeland board meetings, I go to the PTOs, and they're raising this money to enhance the educational responsibility. They don't want to think that they're taking over the taxpayer's responsibility. It's very important to them that they want to, they said to me, when we did their purchases of technology, we're not getting you the computers and the Chromebooks to take Park. That's not their responsibility. And so we walk a very, very fine line, but they have enhanced the educational experience substantially. To your point about smart boards.
Well, thank you. So,
Just a little
Just
vignette
to-
about
just-
smart
sorry,
boards.
go ahead.
I work at a school that's 4 years old now, and we got a smart board in every single classroom when this building got built. So our kids, first grade up to 5, they deal with smart boards all the time. And I'm the school counselor, so I don't have a smart board. But the first graders come in and say to me, "Where's your smart board?" They just expect that that's part of the everyday equipment that they're used to. And, I mean, if I had a smart board, I'd have to have a huge training on it, but, maybe someday, we'll see. But it's just part of the norm these days for most of the kids.
and apparently smart boards are not one size fits all, because your computer lab in Glover needs a better one, a bigger, better, whatever. I
We
presume.
could keep you here all night talking about the.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, I mean,
I presume when they.
different technology works for different things. I mean, and, what works for a classroom of third graders isn't what's gonna work for a classroom of eighth graders or across
So if
high
they
school.
get a
And so we
new
have to have, or from subject to subject. So we do need, in a high school science class, you need laptops. And we don't talk a lot about laptops so much anymore. We have all these little devices and stuff, but if you're doing digital science experiments that are feeding, live stream data off a meter, and it's got to go into a laptop because it has to have the power to run it, to do the analysis. So our teachers will tell you, I need this for this kind of a class, or I need this for this. It isn't one size fits all. Smart boards, they have their use, but they're not a panacea. They won't make everything suddenly work. You have to, you do need to do other things.
So presumably.
Plus, if you're taking park on these different devices, students need to work with them first. The first time they have an iPad in their hand can't be when they're taking the park exam. They have to be facile with those sorts of things.
So this is a piece of the budget which is likely to grow each year?
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, but presumably the upgraded, the Glover computer discard smart board will go to some pre-K room or something? You won't throw it away?
So some of the labs have obsolete smart boards. So yes, there is the problem with obsolescence with the smart board and other technology.
We have smart boards that
So
are 8
as-
years old. They don't work on Windows 7.
So as the computer labs are upgraded, some of the smart boards will not work in the computer labs. We've had to replace some of them. In fact, the
Will they
PTO
work
replaced one
for
classroom.
pre-K?
Only if you can find an old machine to run them. The issue is the computer that they connect to. As Windows systems have upgraded, the folks who make smart boards said, well, we don't need to upgrade, you're going to just buy a new smart board anyway because you have a new operating system, so they're not backwards compatible. So as long as you can keep an old XP system running, you can keep using the smart board, but that's got a finite lifetime too. So.
Right, because the days of the upgrade, being able to play everything that came before it are gone.
Yes.
That doesn't happen anymore.
Yep.
Okay, well, we've beaten that one to death, thanks. Let's,
That's our life.
All right, so your question 7, explain the 22 additional enrollments to the town's group insurance plan. I didn't know there were 22 till you told me. We have 2 group insurance.
I know you don't.
And I don't know who's on it. I don't know why they choose it. I mean, we have a lot of turnover every year, and their employees, they're allowed to take insurance. That's part of it's part of their benefit package. I have no idea why more chose it this year.
Because
I could guess, but I have no idea. Frankly, I've done.
Till
Till I read this, I didn't know.
Till
I read it, I didn't know 22 people opted for it.
Are there privacy issues about not knowing versus not knowing who's on it, or is that?
Well, the health insurance registration is handled through town hall. It's not handled at the school. So, I mean, it's handled through the treasurer's office. The treasurer's office signs people up for insurance. They put it to their, their deductions are taken from their paycheck. I don't get to see anybody's paycheck. I know what they earn, but I don't know what they get deducted. I don't know if their salary is being attached for some reason. These are all privacy issues involving people's salaries, and we don't have access to it because at the schools, there actually isn't a need, for us to have access to much of this. So the short answer is, I have no idea.
I think
What's the thrust of the question?
I think the question jumped out simply because the town side went up 7 enrollees, and you guys went up 22, and we know that you have a much higher number of employees, but that ratios probably seemed a little off.
We probably have a
Some
higher
people.
turnover rate, too.
Yeah, so I mean, I
We
think that's
probably higher.
why I think that's what generated the question.
Between people who weren't renewed, people who retired, people who resigned, we probably, 40 people turned over last summer.
Right, you have.
So nearly, nearly 8% of your employees turned over. And that's actually just in the teaching ranks, and probably even more in the aide ranks. Aides are much more transient than teachers are. So we have a large amount of turnover. So if people's preferences, they opt for health insurance rather than having a spouse opt for health insurance, we have no way of controlling that or even knowing about it.
It's not just turnover, that's part of it, but we have over 400 employees. And at any given time, any one of them during open enrollment period can say, well, I was on my spouse's plan, but that person got laid off, or those premiums went up, and now this is a better deal. So at any given time, any one of those individuals, once a year, can say, I was on this other plan, now I'd like to be on your plan. And with 400 employees, there's gonna be quite a bit of that. Some of it's new hires coming in and making the choice, but the open, as all of you know who have corporate or insurance through your employer, there's an open enrollment every year where you get to make a choice.
No, we're well aware of that. The question really is there some factor that you know about that is driving this? And apparently there isn't,
No.
so,
Okay,
great.
all right.
Thank you.
Residency.
This one, I have to admit, how many students are enrolled in Milton Public Schools that are not legally eligible to be there?
None.
This is like, do you still beat your wife? I'm sorry.
No, how quickly are they removed if they're determined not to be eligible
We-
by the residential office?
Well,
Immediately.
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 I mean, we have,
Well, that's-
there's a whole process. We have from a tip line to a piece of return mail to someone talking to someone and saying, oh, yeah, I'm living with Uncle Joe now in Randolph or something. Any kind of incident like that triggers, a report back to our residency officer, and the residency officer investigates it. We have 3 police officers who are stipend to work with the residency officer. They, if it's determined necessary, they will stake out a house, see where the kids are coming from. Are they coming from that home? Are they going back to that home? Is anyone living there? Has the water been turned off? Is there, we do investigations. And when we do an investigation, if it's determined that the child doesn't live there, we issue a letter to the parents saying, is our understanding you no longer reside in Milton, your children are no longer eligible to be in the Milton Public Schools. They will be out as of, and we give them a date.
Immediately.
It's a couple of days. I mean, it's not 6 months, it's not 2 months, it's like Friday. You're not eligible to be here. And if they can come back and if they, can reprove residency, they can re-enroll, but then they have to go through the whole process of, a notarized landlord living agreement, tax bills, all that sort of stuff that they have to go through to prove that they actually live here. We treat them as if they were someone walking into the town for the first time, and we have to verify that they live here. But no, it's not a long process. It's, if it involves the police, checking for a while, you have to do due diligence. You just don't put children out willy-nilly because someone said they don't live here. You have to investigate and do that. That takes a little bit of time, but once it's determined they're not here, they go.
This, excuse me, Ted.
Go ahead, Paul.
This question was generated from concern, Milton residents. So your short answer is that your diligence on this is very high.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the
Very high.
diligence comes with a price tag, too.
Yes, we stipend
Yeah.
3 police officers, we have a residency person, there's full-time. These all have costs. I mean,
What is the stipend?
the police officers are
$12,000.
maybe $13,000 each per year,
Okay,
in addition to their police salary for doing work for us.
and so that's in your budget
Yes,
and shouldn't be in the police budget.
because,
Don't even go down.
yeah.
Not the year for that.
Well, that's too bad. Next question is about security.
I'm ready.
Okay.
So you asked, where's the first SRO is in the police department budget. They have
Okay.
funded a school resource officer for a number of years.
Yeah.
The second school resource officer, we are paying
You're
them
paying
for.
Okay.
And the security guard at the high school for after hours, come in, you check in, you sign in to go for after-school activities, is a combination of paid for by fees. This is people in the high school in the afternoon, the adult education program, the after-school music lessons and so forth. Portion of their fees go to fund that stipend, about half of it, and the other half of it is in our budget.
So 12 of it is in your budget?
Yes.
And the other 12 is
More or less, yeah. It's
is
from
paid for
From the
by
fees, right.
Okay. That makes sense, because, well, okay, great. Now, what about capital? Security expenses? Are we finished with?
Just a quick rundown, I was talking with Richie about it yesterday. As I mentioned, capital grants, gifts, so forth. We have spent about $350,000 on security infrastructure, from cameras in the schools to the new security measures, hardening the front entrances, to the badges that you need that open doors and so forth, and just general security features over the last 3 years. I'd say $350,000 is a reasonable estimate of what has been spent. And as for future expenditures, you asked, one of the things that is on our capital budget, although not for this year, security/surveillance cameras at some of the other schools. We've had some issues with vandalism behind some of the schools, some of the elementary schools having some security, some surveillance cameras more than security cameras around them, not so much to prevent people from breaking in, but to see what sort of things are happening on the perimeter behind Cunningham Collicott, behind Tucker, behind, having a camera know who tried to set the Glover play structure on fire a year ago. Those sorts of things. Well, actually, they didn't try. They did set the Glover play structure on fire a year ago. We had to file an insurance claim and rebuild it. Having security cameras or surveillance cameras for some of those issues would be a reasonable thing. It doesn't come cheaply. It wasn't prioritized as some of the security issues were, but they're still out there and remain on our capital list, although, again, not for this year.
So there will be some more capital requests for cameras.
There will be, but we're distinguishing between those cameras that enhance our security capability, and that's $68,000 to address some remaining blind spots in the high school inside, and then roughly $300,000 in exterior cameras, which we can't characterize as security cameras, but they will enhance our ability to view the perimeters, outside perimeters of the schools, and particularly in off hours.
Is there an insurance requirement for that $300,000 expense?
Not that I'm aware of. And I think we've, in terms of our prioritization, the security cameras are number 1 or number 2 priority. The exterior cameres are 4 or 5 level priority. So the likelihood that they get
Understood.
funded is less.
They're out. They're out there.
Right.
Okay, maintenance. We had a question about maintenance. Because you had maintenance going up $45,000 from the previous year. And I think it actually went up 50. So,
I'm going to ask this, do you have a 2-column sheet for maintenance with 15 against 16, or did you get a wrong sheet here too?
that would explain it.
You have the wrong sheet.
We're not doing too well here.
There's 2 sheets.
2 out of a big number.
I'm trying to figure out how we got 2 in the middle of all these. All right, well, that would be why.
Well, you'll give us the new sheet.
I'll give you the right sheet.
Great. That'll explain it.
All right.
Okay, moving on.
Yeah.
Aside from those 2 glitches, I thought this was a beautifully presented budget, and the thing that I especially liked was your inclusion of supplemental grants and revolving funds in the summary sheets, so that we could see, right next to what the general fund was was going toward, we could see what revolving funds and supplemental grants were being used for, across the same budgets. And it shows that, quite dramatically, that this is not a $40 million organization, it's a $47 million organization, and the fact that that large percentage, whatever it is, what is that, 7 out of 47, anyway, that's not coming from the taxpayer, and that's the result of some unfortunate fees, but also a lot of fundraising and a lot of work bringing in grants. But it also means that you depend heavily on it too. And so it is a concern when we see that it dipped, but now you're telling me
Well,
that
there's
it didn't
two
dip.
things.
Okay.
Part of
anyway,
it is-
I did want to tell you that I love the presentation.
Yeah, I know, I was looking at it,
Okay.
saying, why did it dip? Because I didn't think it had. And so I was going through it again by line, because it feeds back into this. And I realized what had happened in the supplement, in the student activities. There was an entry last year for $200,000 for non-salary student activities that isn't in here for this year. That money is through the high school student activities account, individual fundraising and so forth. And so I didn't put it in because it isn't, that's in their own fundraising this year. So really, it should either not be in both places or it should be in both places. It's not a difference from one year to the other. That money doesn't go through our office. High School Student Activity Fund is a very special fund set up by the Chapter 71, and it's run by two stipended individuals, runs through the high school principal and through the treasurer's office. It doesn't actually run through my office. It's a separate, completely separate accounting system. So when I built this year's budget, I didn't include it. I guess I did last year. So, I mean, either put the 200,000 in both places or leave it out of both places. It doesn't matter.
So basically,
It's just a different fund that feeds in that I don't actually control.
okay, so basically the combination of revolving funds and supplemental grants is still, it's a wonderful piece, but it is flat.
Yeah.
So it's not going to help with increasing costs.
For instance, the single biggest one we have is our special education IDEA grant.
Right.
It's about $1.25 million. That number hasn't changed except to go down by $50,000 in 8 years, right? Now, that's what we've historically used to fund our special education aides. And once upon a time, it covered our special education aides. It no longer does, as you can see from look at the special education aid line in here, it only covers a portion of them now. And it looks like our budget for special education aides has gone up markedly, a huge percent from last year, if you just look at the general fund expenditure. But actually, it's only gone up a small, 2.5% overall. It's just that the grant has stayed constant. And so we have to eat the whole increase. And so that increase as a percentage of the portion we pay looks huge. That's one of the reasons I like to include all the funds in there, so you can actually see what the real increase is, and it's just.
And it's really good. It's really good to have 2 years the way you did.
Yeah, there's no, that money was cut by one of the sequestrations and has never been restored, and it hasn't changed in a decade for all practical purposes. So, yeah, grants are iffy things, and as I said earlier, we just got the 9C cut on our full-day kindergarten grant. So, that's gonna cost us $32,000 this year. They said, you're gonna get it, and now they said, sorry, you're not. So that will be a bit of an adventure for the rest of the year, but we'll work our way through it. But, that happens with grants. If you can have a good year getting grants, and the next year it's not so good, so you have to be careful about how you budget for them. I mean, some of the grants I don't include in the other funds simply because it was a one and done, and putting it in for last year would only, artificially suggest things about this year. If someone gave you a one-time grant for $10,000 to go, put a weather station on top of Glover School or something like this, that you don't expect to see again, and, I really tend not, it's in the grants page at the back, but they tend not to be in that other funds, because it's really not part of operating, it's a completely separate thing. The gifts, for instance, I treat it more like a gift, and that's not really it.
Makes sense.
But the MCAS grant, which generally runs from year to year for summer MCAS support, or the Title I grant, or the Title II, Title IIA grant, and those sorts of things that we expect to get on a regular basis, I do put in, so you can see how they move from year to year.
So on a larger, in larger picture, what are we expecting the state to give the town this year? I know you're always on top of that, the timing, the votes in the different chambers.
I haven't.
This is the first year of a new administration.
Right, so they have more time, they don't have to
They
create
have
their
more
budget
time.
till March 4th.
Which is not very helpful for us.
No, not at all. The interesting comment that I heard yesterday was that in one of the governor's remarks, he said he was going to, he was looking at tying local aid to increase in state receipts, which is interesting because the consensus revenue estimate came out, 10 days ago, and that showed some uptick in state revenues. So that leads me, some hope that there's some hope for some sort of an increase in local aid this year. But it's really early. I mean, I wouldn't have even said that until I heard that yesterday, that in one of his speeches, he sort of tied the two things together. We'll see as it plays out a little more. I mean, even the consensus revenue estimate is later this year than it usually is, primarily because of the turnover of the administration. So, and that's only, a week old, and so we'll work through that and see what it seems to say. It doesn't indicate a downturn in state revenues, which is a good thing. So, we'll see how that plays out when he.
Thank you. We have
puts up.
enough pressures as it is without that.
Yeah.
Okay, retirement. What do we have here?
Actually, enrollment.
Oh, sorry, number 12, enrollment.
We had a school committee member ask us to look at space, to take our NESDEC enrollments, and that's on our agenda to look at our space and what are the enrollments. If you look at the NESDEC enrollments, we had to have them adjusted because their enrollments, and they're the organization that all of the school districts use, were low. And we had to explain to them things that are unique about the Milton Public Schools. And so we've been charged by the school committee to look at space, enrollment in space.
Yeah, we did,
So the enrollment information you gave us,
I believe we gave you
projections,
the updated.
you gave us the
Give me
NESDEC
the-
information?
Yeah, that
Yes.
seems to be it, yeah.
Okay, but you're suggesting that that's
No, I think
a
that we
low ball.
gave you the updated one. Let me check what this year's kindergarten is. I'll check it and make sure that you have the corrected one, so that they're going off the right 2014, 15 number.
Okay, because all the charts and tables come with the NESDEC logo.
That,
Yeah.
they do them.
yes,
Okay.
Right.
I think.
They actually get, as you can see, they actually communicate
Yeah.
with the town's town hall on births, on
Right.
housing permits.
Right. Yeah, they have,
It's the
They tend to
updated one.
be-
they have the right one.
They're dated November 25th.
So that would've
Yeah.
been-
Yeah, and they, for kindergarten, they say in 2009 it's 350, and they end
Right.
up in 2019 with 324. Is that the right one?
Yeah. The original one for, birth year 2009, yeah, that's this year's kindergarten. Right, these are the right ones. What had happened, they had under-projected our kindergarten enrollment this fall, rather dramatically. We ended up with 30 more students than they said we were gonna end up with. It was a bit of a surprise, and so we asked them to go back and explain some of the situations surrounding Milton, had them rerun their data going forward. So this is the current one. But we had to have them run it again because it wasn't right. It clearly had some errors. In our projections for the 5-year plan, which is another meeting and another night.
No, you have the benefit of having worked on it.
Yeah, so
We haven't
we
seen
did, we
it.
did build the enrollment projections into it, but just on a proportional basis, saying if we're going up 2% per year in enrollment, we'll add 2% per year for certain instructional costs. And we just did, we built it in that way as a rough estimate. We didn't say what's likely to happen in terms of, classroom utilization space or anything like that. We have to look at that. I mean, we had, as I say earlier, we had quite a considerable bump up in our kindergarten and first grades. If that is a trend that continues, we will have issues. We have 16 kindergarten. Our buildings are built for 14 classes at each grade. 4 at Glover, 4 at Collycott, 3 at Cunningham, 3 at Tucker. We have room to add a class at each grade by rotating it around from school to school. So we can handle 15 classes of each grade very easily. We got 16 kindergarten classes this fall. If that becomes a pattern, we have a problem. We don't know that that's a pattern. 1 year doesn't make a pattern, but it makes a concern. So we are going to have to watch that. But it could be that if there really is that, that's one of the reasons we want NASDAQ to run back and run it again. It doesn't look from their numbers like this is going to be an issue, but they were wrong once, so we just want to make sure. But, we are at the elementary schools. We have we could run into some capacity issues, and especially if the preschool grows. That will put strain on the elementary school buildings as well. And so at the elementary school, we could be looking at space issues if we had an influx of younger children.
Yeah, I mean, a related question, I guess, not one of these, though, is your teacher-to-student ratio numbers, and you gave us a huge breakdown on that last year. But I did notice that there was one category or one 5-year period where the average class went from 18.6 to 21.4 or something like that. It was about 3.5 students over 5 years. And so that's a concern, because you're maxing out at that level. So that was in your answers from last year's.
Behind the enrollment projections, you have our enrollment chart, which, at least at the elementary level, lets you see the size of all the classes in different schools. These per class, the teacher-student ratio at the middle school and high school is a little more difficult to work out, but we can do that. We can give you that sort of data again for teaching.
Well, if you end up having, if you're already at about 21 kids per class at the high school level, and then you have a bulge approaching the high school of...
And reductions in high school teachers.
And reductions in high school teachers and offerings, then all of a sudden your ratio is going to become untenable. Okay. So retirement, you've answered.
Glenn, can you show them what the enrollment chart looks like? Because I'm not sure they have it.
It looks like this.
It's in the very back section.
Yeah.
Behind enrollment. Behind the NASDAQ stuff.
Yeah. Got that.
Yep.
I don't see it.
No, I don't think so.
Which one are you looking at? 37 years of...
No.
No, you don't, actually,
not
it's
that one.
behind.
Last page we have is 37 years.
I'll give you one.
Yeah, not that one.
I'll send you one.
Okay.
Great.
That's easy.
Yeah.
I put extra stuff in mine because I asked, we're playing Stump Glenn here, so. But, no,
How we doing?
I can email you. That's easy. That one I got.
Okay, so on retirement, I gather there every year.
Retirement's really difficult to work with. I mean, it's not really just retirement, it's staff exchange. I mean, as I said before, you have people who are not renewed, you have people who choose to go elsewhere and resign, you have people who retire. Retirements are the ones that you usually think of in terms of a rollover of money, because you generally assume that the person retiring is retiring at a high salary and being replaced by someone at a lower salary, and that's certainly the case generally. As I said, we do try to hire, when we hire, we're trying to hire people who have some experience, so it's not, you're not going from a 30-year experienced person generally to a 1-year experienced person. You're probably going to you're probably trying to hire someone with, a few years of experience behind them, so it's not enormous. But it's still a significant amount of money. The number of retirements per year is unpredictable. People can retire by sending a letter in saying, I'm retiring. We got one today. Person's going to retire at the end of the year. Didn't know that till today. 6 to 8, 9, 10 is probably a reasonable year. Again, that's money that we sometimes need, as I mentioned earlier, when we needed the extra, kindergarten, first grade this year. That's where it came from. I mean, we had a couple more retirements last year than we thought we were going to have, so we used the money to fill that gap. In a case like the 9C reversion on full-day kindergarten grant, it may be somewhere in there that money comes from. It is, for lack of a better word, a little bit of a cushion towards the unexpected in the next year, because as you can tell from the charts I put together, I've just rolled staff forward. The number of special education aides in this budget is exactly the same for next year as it is for this year. Is that a reasonable expectation? I haven't a clue. It's the only one I got. I mean, I just have to say we're going to have the same number of special education aides next year as this year. We might have fewer, we might have more. And this is my only flexibility against that is the rollover from staff exchange. And also in terms of, the other place where it's shown up in the past is in our budget for substitute teachers. That's an unpredictable line as well. I mean, that's another one I get a report every week on to say, where are we on substitute teachers? Are we going to make it for the year? We have a $400,000 budget annually for substitute teachers. But if you have a few extra maternity leaves above average, all of a sudden that's a lot of substitute teachers. And again, that's sort of one of those unpredictables. We might find out tomorrow we have another maternity leave coming up. I mean, you never know. So,
There's nothing in particular that distinguishes this year from any other year in terms of turnover or
Retirements?
retirement or anything like that?
based on what we've heard so far, no. I mean, it's not like we have a stack of
And
letters on
within-
our desk that's
within the
larger than
system-
normal.
Within the system, you don't have, I mean, I don't know what the average age is of your teachers. You don't have, it's a smooth distribution?
Well, as I said before, we have roughly 50% of our teachers have 10 years' experience or less, and 50% don't. So, some fraction of those teachers are, probably over 20 years and are at some point looking for retirement. But you don't have mandatory retirement in the teaching profession. People can stay on as long as they choose to stay on, or leave when they choose to leave. So it's difficult to look at a chart and say, oh, I think we're going to have 8 this year. It's more likely, you're talking to the principals, you think anyone might be retiring this year that you know of? Are you hearing any rumors around the water cooler? I mean, that's about the only way you can judge these things. So, I mean, based on what we've seen so far, half a year in, the number of notices that we've gotten for the end of this year is, no different than most years. I would expect us to come in with, 6, 8, 10 retirements, just as a guess.
So the state retirement system is an interesting one, and it tends to encourage people to do their best to get to 30 years of service. And that's because the benefit is an extraordinarily good benefit if you get to 30 years of service and age 65. If you retire early, it's not a very good benefit at all. And in most cases, you should probably take your money when you go. But it's hard to predict. I've got a little experience with retirement projections. The best you can do is look at your demographics over a 10 to 15-year period if you have that much data, and look at the average age, average length of service that people tend to retire at. But the other incentive to stay is that as long as your salary continues to increase, because the benefits calculated on the last 3 or last 5 consecutive years, if your salary is continuing to increase, then the benefit still gets a little better, even if you're at the maximum number of years of service. So it's a system that encourages long tenure.
Oh, good. I mean, then you have the possibility of excellent, experienced teachers. So
Yeah.
that's, you want that. But it's nice as a planning tool to know where you are if you're about to replace a lot of expensive
Absolutely.
kindergarten teachers.
Absolutely. No, I think
For
the question's a great question. We would want to know where there are bumps or increases in the number of retirements that we would anticipate.
Okay. I don't know if anybody has any questions on that. There was one, mind, how a cost of living increase split works, and they tend to work differently, the one you negotiated this past year for this current year, if I've got that right.
It's for next year.
Yeah,
Sorry, this
16.
past year for the year we are currently working on,
Yeah.
fiscal year 16, is a 1%, 1%. And,
Right.
and many of the town unions.
No, next year's a 1-1.
It's 1% on July.
Next year is a
15.
1-1, not this year.
Yeah, fiscal year 16.
Fiscal
Or
16.
17,
16.
16.
right.
1% on
The
July
year we're
1.
working
Well,
on.
you were working on
Right.
16.
It actually depends on the unit, but for teachers, it's 1% on their first day next September, August 30th or whatever. And then an additional 1% on the 92nd day of the year, because that would be halfway through the year. For custodial workers, for instance, it'd be 1% on July 1st, 1% on January 1st. So at the end of a year, their salary will have increased by 2%. The cost to the town during the year is 1.5%, because they'll get a 1% raise for the first half of the year, and an additional 1% raise only for the second half of the year. So the uptick, what it means is that for 17, the costs that you see in here for 16 are basically a 1.5% increase. It's the 1-1 split. I won't be able to use those numbers as a basis for
No, you have to
17,
add a
because
0.5%.
the
Right.
basis for 17 will be an extra 0.5% on that, because their actual salary will be a 0.5% higher than what you see. What you see in here is the amount of money they're gonna be paid next year, but their salary rolling on to the next year is
No,
actually
I mean,
2% above this
I
year.
mean, while we're at it, I mean, it should be noted that it's a significant piece of, chunk of change. It only lasts for half a year. But it's important for that half a year. It's important for fiscal year 16, that it wasn't a full percent. It's probably, I don't want to make that guess right now. I'm sure I'll get it wrong, but it's a substantial amount that it's in the hundreds of thousands. And and it was very helpful. I mean, it along with other things that have happened, stimulus money, healthcare, whatever, it's another piece that contributed toward getting us through 7 years since the last override, and it won't be there next year. So, so I guess maybe that leads me into our last question, which is we can't do everything, and who is talking about the balance of the curriculum, particularly because we always notice the cut list starts with the arts and somewhere else. So,
Well, I'm going to say that's not a fair assessment before I turn it over to the superintendent. The cut list.
the cut list starts with the elementary school.
The cut list.
Organized that way.
The cut list, just like the budget, is developed collectively by the leadership team. And that's done with all of them in a room, meeting after meeting after meeting. So you don't say to the elementary schools, you develop yours, and the middle school, you develop yours. They do it collectively as a leadership team. And the cut list is different every year because the priorities are different every year. The common objective is that we're trying our best to make sure that the instructional process, the direct instruction to our children, is least affected by whatever we do. So it is not accurate that the arts or the music programs have been disproportionately affected. It is accurate to say that in certain years, those were the cuts that we had to make to ensure that the direct instructional process remained intact.
And to that point, we're very sensitive to it, and I explained to you at the elementary, there is nobody else to cut. There aren't any other people. And at the middle and high, you understand the core subjects are your English, your math, your science, your social studies, your world language. And then you have your electives. So you can see at the middle and high, those .2 cuts, which we could have a discussion. Who asked the question? You asked the question. You asked the question, Paul. Will you then just take the whole cut in art? So that we made a choice. We have subjects that are required, core subjects, and those .2 cuts, you can see they're just not in art and music. They're in technology, they're in family and consumer studies. So what those principals really did on the leadership team was to take those small cuts that add up to the 1.0 that could have been a math or an English teacher in every discipline. So it's just not math, it's just not music or art, it's technology, it's family and consumer, it's wood and auto, it's all of the electives. And they're really hard choices.
They are. So the cut list, which is where we started, is a collective discussion on your leadership teams, and I hope that when you have an opportunity to restore some piece of the curriculum, I gather that would be also a collective discussion.
And if I might, to your point, when I speak to the staff, I always tell them that in this community, the community supports the public schools. And your phrase, warrant committee, is very familiar to them. They understand the process with the finance subcommittee, the school committee, and I said, these people are vested in this town, in their public school budget. And I told them that we're only as good as our name. I look at Leroy Walker and Mike Zulis, and I remember when they were on your side of the table, and I said, we actually, you mentioned world language, we've gotten the message very strong, a strong message over the years from the warrant committee, and I said, we're only as good as our names. I said, and these people have become part of the process. I said, you send a message, I then send the message to the leadership team, and we convey our notes and tell them exactly what happens. But over the years, I remember sitting across from you, and you mentioned world language, you mentioned the arts, so when we make the decision, again, we make the decision, but we bring the input from the warrant committee back to the leadership team.
Well, I hope we continue to be part of the process. I know that the article we have in front of us, changing the duties of the town administrator, may affect our role somewhat. So we might have to talk to you again and find out what your position is on that.
And may I say one more thing? I also tell the teachers that in our kind of world, when you've identified funds in this process going forward, that our world is a teacher. So we say to them, I say to them, you know, that professional development money and that instructional money, that's gone. And that, it's sort of like feeling consumer, that's not going to come back. I said, so every time the town can identify money, it's one person, and that's what they think in terms of the warrant committee in this town. $50,000, $45,000 will put back one person back into the Milton Public Schools.
Well, we will do our best. And thank you for these thorough answers. This is really a useful document to have from year to year, because we were able to look at last year's questions and get some of our answers there too. So this is really great. I really appreciate your time putting this together, Glenn. And I don't know if does anybody have any other questions? Boy, this is it.
Well, we'll see you in 2 weeks, but
You will.
Yes.
You will, absolutely. If we don't have to cancel for snow.
Yes.
yeah,
If you
right.
send questions, we'll send back the reply.
Okay.
I thank you very much. And just want to, Mike, Mary, thank you for coming. I'm sorry we ran out of chairs, but,
These were more comfortable.
I know.
Yes.
all right. Terrific.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay.
All in favor? Graham, thanks.
Thanks very much.